Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody's had a great day. Happy Wednesday. We are back, and we're going to be doing more Dune. Sorry about last night. Let me tell you how my night went last night. So, Twitch booted me off, and I tried everything. Absolutely everything I could. I re-signed in. I tried anything and everything I could through OBS to make sure I wasn't doing something wrong. Nothing worked. Literally nothing worked. And that was mega sad. So I said, okay, well, I guess I'm basically done for tonight. And I went, all right, well, now let's just get this over with, right? I'll get back online and kind of do whatever and not really have to worry and all that good stuff. And not a terrible idea. Not a terrible idea, but unfortunately, shortly after I got basically everything checked out for OBS that was like, oh yeah, no, you're fine, everything's good. Then my internet died. And it was like that for, I want to say something like 2.5, 3 hours. Maybe longer. So yeah, it was just not it was not an overall the most fun night. But I will say what I did end up doing, thankfully, is after everything I did, after everything calmed down and so on, I did go back in at about 4 or 5 o'clock this morning, quickly, and get everything shut down and everything taken care of that I was in the middle of doing last night. So at least I got that going for me, which is really, really nice. So yeah. Also, Aylin, it's good to see you. How you doing? How are the things? I think we're good there, right? I had to re-sign into literally everything, so I'm trying to remember it all. But hopefully it all starts to work the way that it should now. That I've, had to sign out and sign back into literally everything, but we'll see. Itsy! How you doing? How are the things? How is Itsy? You am the alives. That's totally fair. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. Oh my god. Wait. We have ourselves a little issue here, because I don't think Itzy's been here. I don't think Itzy's been here for a minute. I don't think you have. Hang on. No, this is good. This is really good, actually. I'm bringing it up. Okay. So 2 things before we get into Dune. One, I made dinner tonight. A little bit more food porn, if you will. I made, and God, it was good, homemade broccoli and cheddar soup in a bread bowl. That's number 1. And it was so good. Oh my God, it was good. It was so good. This actually didn't take long at all. The recipe is incredibly simple. It's literally just cooking it slow and low enough for long enough to make sure that it gets up to temp and you don't burn everything. That's it. That's really all it is. If anybody ever wants a recipe, just let me know. I can put it in the Discord. Second, Itsy, you will be happy to know I Am a Texas has made it to the merch store. I know it's been a minute, but I Am a Texas has made it to the merch store. It's on coffee mugs. We got stickers. We got t-shirts. We got sweatshirts. We got an actual baseball cap. We got a dad hat. We got a visor. We got a Texas tumbler. We got an I Am a Texas water bottle. That's the one with the flip-up straw. Who has two thumbs and is going to make her hubby buy merch for her B-Day next week? This girl. There you go. There you go. Now, it may take some time. It may take some time for it to come in. I actually, because I ordered the, water bottle. I did order that. It is still printing. So it may take a little while for it to get there, but it will get there. I have ordered stuff through them before. It does get there. I know Bloop's ordered stuff through here before. It does get there, but it may take a minute. All I have is time. So, yeah. Yeah. I thought you might like that. I thought you might enjoy that a little bit. The other thing, just so you know, is I'm waiting on leggings. I am waiting on leggings to come back in. I have asked. They said they have no time frame as to when the leggings are coming back in, but to keep an eye on it, and there will be an email sent out when they do come back in. So I am planning on putting this on leggings as well, if you want them. So, yeah. And there is more I Am a Texas stuff to come as well. I wanted to do that today, but having to sign back into damn near everything kind of killed that. So, but yeah. That is Lay Merch Store. I Am a Texas is there. It is. Also, speaking of I Am a Texas, Itsy, how are you? Because I know it's been a rough week. I know it's definitely been a one hell of a week and weekend. Hubby's out there helping with rescue efforts. Oh, that's good. That's awesome. That's definitely a good thing. Now, are you near where all that happened? We'll see how things are when he gets home in a few days. Oof. Yeah. And he's gonna be pooped. You know that. You know he's gonna be pooped. Everything in this area is considered near, but we had no flooding. Okay, that's fair. That's fair, though. That's totally fair. Okay. So this is what we've done with the base. Few updates. We have a buggy. which is really, really nice. Got a Mark III bike, which is really, really nice. We expanded out a little bit as far as we could because of the borders that I had. But that was to rearrange up here so that when I get it, I've already got a hangar and everything set up for a Thopter. Is everyone else okay? My other Texas is. I know, I know Aylin had a worrisome weekend, but she's okay. Thankfully, spoiled, although she is a Texas, doesn't live in Texas. So she didn't have to deal with any of it that I know of. I know Medicine's been, he's been AWOL for a minute. But hopefully he's doing okay. I haven't heard anything from him. 142,000 milliliters. I like it. But yeah, I think everybody made it through. Everybody that we know. How are we looking? I got 2 more hours for that. And I've got 7 more hours. Okay. How are we looking here? Okay. So I need to make lube and filters. That's what I need to do. I need fuel cells and silicone. Okay. So... let's go get that stuff. But yeah, I'm glad to hear that you're okay, Itzy. Glad to hear that, you're all safe. Because I know that was I know that's a rough one. That was a really rough one for a lot of people. So what have you been up to, Itzy? Oh, there's another one. Nice. And more. Nice. Nice. Been sick as fuck. Uh-oh. Have some tummy thing? Oh, that's not fun. That's not fun at all. I'm sorry to hear that. I know, I don't know what it's been, but for the last couple of days, I've been just kind of like... not in a crap mood, but not in the best mood either. I've just been kind of like meh the entire time. And I'm not sure why. I mean, other than that, I feel fine. But I'm sorry to hear that you had a tummy thing. So, today, if I'm lucky, if I can get lucky enough, today is going to be Thopter Day. There's a couple of things that I have to get, and I'm not necessarily looking forward to going to get them, but they're kind of all important. And then hopefully I will have a Thopter. Hopefully. Because I gotta make more silicone, right? Yeah. Okay, so wait, hang on. Here. 209 fuel cells, and it's 2, so that'd be 104, 105, so... Oh, it's only gonna let me do 99. Oh, okay. Well, fuck it. Was on a call with Lance for a bit. Oh, nice. How's he doing? I might have to put... I don't know. I might not have to put another body on the death still right now. Yep. Only things you missed, Aylin, is I showed her the I Am a Texas stuff on the merch store. And asked her how she made it through the flooding. And that was about it. And she was wondering how all the other Texas were. He's doing good, work is meh, but that's always work, yeah, true. Oh god, the silicone's gonna take fucking forever. That stuff sucks so bad. It was supposed to rain this weekend, so I'm kind of on edge. Yeah, it's, I found out, by the way, why I'm so meh. For the last few days, my head has kind of felt like it's been in a vice. And that's because of the drastic pressure change that's been going on. Because it's been on and off kind of rain since Sunday. And it's supposed to be like that through the rest of this week. And then all of next week, we're supposed to be hit with massive rain, so... it doesn't hurt or anything. It's not like I have a headache and it's killing me. It's just, it feels like my head is caught in a vice and there's a lot of pressure. But I'm really, really hoping that, Texas doesn't get any more rain right now. Texas is having fun giving me PTSD from weather. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of a rough one. That's kind of a really rough one. Okay, put this away for now. What do I need for filters? I forget. I forget what I need for filters. Aluminum. Oh. Well, I definitely don't have any aluminum right now. At least I don't think. I don't think I have any aluminum that I can use. Particulate filter. I can't make many of those anyway, so... I can already make a crap load of these, though, which is really nice. Okay, well, I can make 4. But either way, that's better than what I had. I've lived through 3 to 4 floods here in my time, and none have ever left me on edge like this last one. Yeah, didn't they say that this was kind of like a once every, like, 20 or 30 year thing? Isn't that what they said? It's something like a once every 20 or 30 year thing, if I remember correctly. Okay, there we go. So that's 7 hours that I've got on that one. This one is 2. What? Oh, sorry. This one is 9. Just under 10, actually. And this one is 23. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. So it's a once in 100 years with how bad it is so far. But yeah, it does happen every 10 years or so. We're Flash Flood Alley, apparently. Jesus. You know, the worst part is, and I can't remember who said it, but it wasn't too long ago. Somebody ended up saying that, basically Tornado Alley is shifting east. So... whereas in a lot of parts of Texas, you still get tornadoes, they're not necessarily as bad as they were, say, like 20, 25 years ago, because all the bad shit is going further east. And I'm kind of wondering if it's the same thing for, like, floods, because I remember for a long while, especially in California, it was all like California or the Pacific Northwest. A lot of the time, that's where you'd get your forest fires, and those happen every year, right? But on top of that, when there wasn't that, there were also earthquakes. And if it's not forest fires or earthquakes, it's flooding and landslides. So yeah, it's not fun at all. Everything's changing so much with weather and things, yeah. Yep. Okay, while I'm waiting for these, I gotta try and remember what it was that I need for the ornithopter, because I did come back in because I had the stuff initially after I like closed up shop last night. I did end up making the hull and the chassis for the thopter because I had the stuff that I could do that with. Storage, I need aluminum. Okay. And I need industrial pumps, and I know where those are. Aluminum. Complex machinery. Okay. Aluminum, that's fine. So it looks like aluminum, complex machinery, and industrial pumps. And I have Holtzman actuators. I'm not worried about that. Okay. So aluminum, complex machinery, and industrial pumps. That's what I'm looking for. But now, here's what I'm kind of wondering. Because I need aluminum anyway, right? And aluminum... Best place to get aluminum is definitely over in here. We already know that. I have to go here anyway, Sentinel City. Because they have everything that I need anyway, which is fine. But I'm thinking it would be a really, really dumb idea to try and take the buggy and go across. I'm thinking it'd be a really stupid idea. Which means that I'd have to take the buggy and go the long way round, which is not fun. But I'm thinking that might be the only way, because I gotta get in here anyway to get all of the aluminum that I can. And then I get the industrial pumps from here, and then complex machinery I think I can get pretty much basically anywhere. I'm not really all that worried about it. Typically you can anyway. So it looks like that's what I'm going to be doing. That also means I got to get rid of some of this shit. Here, get rid of the ore. I still got 209 of those? Really? Wow. Okay. Nope. Not in there. That'll work. Actually, shit. Put this in there, too. I have another one of these. That's good. 1, 2, 3 mediums. That's good. Still tent is good. Okay. And then... Wrong one. Is this what I was wearing before? I think so. There. Much better. Now I got my still suit back on. Why do I have 5? What? Oh. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. What the hell am I missing? Why is that? What? Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Oh, because... Wait, did they do that, really? Interesting. Okay. I didn't know they did that. There we go. How are we looking over here? Eh. I could probably let this do its thing. Yeah, screw it. Let it do 66, that's fine. And how are we looking on water now? Oh, we still got plenty. We got plenty. So now, I just have to wait until it turns back into day. And then I can take the buggy out and start getting shit going. I don't think I have anything in here, do I? No, I don't. Cool. So yeah, hopefully today is Thopter Day. Aluminum, complex machinery, and industrial pumps. And that's all I need in order to finish with the Thopter, which will be really nice. Oh, and Itzy, you'll laugh at this. So we're doing our thing yesterday before my internet and my stream died. And somebody walks up behind me and starts talking to me, right? And their name is Caro and everything like that. And we're talking for a little bit and so on, and I accidentally clicked a button and accidentally shot them. So I helped them. I helped them get back on their feet and everything like that. Yada, yada, yada. And this went on, I don't know, maybe about 15, 20 minutes, something like that. And I had to go get a bunch of shit. So, parted ways with them. And then, sure enough, Flick comes in to the chat and says hi. And I go, oh, hey, Flick, how you doing? They're going, oh, I'm doing fantastic. I was actually just role-playing now, and I ran into an old friend, and they didn't recognize my voice, and I went, oh, fuck. Corgi, what's going on? Well, I didn't know it was Flick. And yes, I did accidentally shoot them. I did not mean to shoot them. I really didn't. It just kind of... So I was standing like this, right, with my gun out, and I went to go reach over to use one of the side buttons on my mouse to drink, and my left pointer finger twitched. So I'm standing there, and I'm talking to this person, and I'm just, you know, shooting the shit, and then all of a sudden, that. And I was like, oh no. That's what happened. Okay. Enter vehicle. Yeah, I felt really, really bad for doing that. I felt so bad. The new GPU is DOA? Uh-oh. That's not good. Well, it was good you were able to get in contact with him. Gonna overnight you a new one? Nice. Hell yeah. Oh, I is committed. I don't have a choice. There we go. Pay to send back the dead one? Gotcha. Yeah, that sucks when that happens. But good news is that you got it figured out. I'd love to know why it keeps doing that. It's like a rogue texture that just kind of decided to give up on life. He had a couple others come back dead. Okay, well, I mean, at least the good news is it's not just you. Same here, texture, same here. Okay, I gotta go across this way. Three to 4% failure rate. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Come on. There we go. Ow. Jesus. Okay, don't want to deal with these guys right now. Because that's not why I'm here. That's an NPC base. Let me see something. Okay. Just hoping there's a way for me to get out. Glad you weren't streaming earlier. Uh-oh. Is that a way out? Oh, I know this is. You died stupidly? Uh-oh. Well, that's no bueno. Okay, let me see. I mean, I could I don't know if I want to go that way. Wife aggro, then controller died. Oh boy. Yeah, that'll happen. Refuel. Nice. Okay, now there is a hole somewhere around here that tried to kill me the last time I came this way, and I think it's this one. Yes, it was that one. It's a very bad hole.
Sector weather alert.
Yep, thought so.
Sandstorm is approaching.
Let's just sneak in here. Okay, good. We are sheltered. Okay, where's this one coming from? Looks like straight ahead. So, like, maybe this way? Something like that?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, I just saw it too. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why I went the way that I did, too. Is because I didn't want to have to deal with getting eaten by the worm. I could have cut across, but that's a long way to go on a buggy, where its top speed is 75.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh! Oh, Tay. Thank God for tiny areas like that. Oh, that's a big ravine. Don't do that. Oh, shit. Okay, I kind of know where we are. I remember seeing that, that base from the sky. Really cool looking base. Ow. Ow. Yeah, well, especially in Dune, you have to. Especially in Dune. Because I can't, whoa. I can't, unfortunately pick up the buggy at all, like I can with the Thopter and the bike. So, I have to, I have to approach things differently with the buggy. First facing craft mine is usually a hole in the wall like that. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. That works. There we go. Okay. Nice. Yay for aluminum. Any port in the storm? Yeah. Well, I mean, the good news is, at least for the buggy, is even though I don't like leaving the buggy out in the storms, it can take at least one. But that's more resources that I have to put towards repairing it and all that other shit. But it'll withstand one. Two, I don't know, and I'm not entirely sure I want to know. So it is really nice because the buggy is tough, but, yeah, it would thoroughly suck having a buggy full of whatever, and then you have to leave the thing behind because it's just so fucked. That would be a really bad day. Yeah, why ask? Yeah, exactly. Why ask for trouble? Just go in, get what you need to get out. That kind of deal, which is fine. How's my inventory, by the way? Okay, not bad. Okay. I just want my goddamn thopter. Because life will be so much easier once I have my thopter. Nope. Is he having trouble?
Hello there.
Hello there.
It is a little mined up out there, or up there and around.
Ah, all right. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's the dragonfly looking thing, yeah. Because it'll just be so much easier to fly, period. Everywhere I need to go. And that way I don't have to necessarily worry as much about getting eaten by the worm. Or losing all my shit. Like, I still gotta be careful, but... because that worm will jump up and try and take out a thopter for sure. Okay, let me see. How much do I have? Okay, I got 1,200 for aluminum. That's not terrible. Oh yeah, how was it? You liked it? Okay. I'm excited to see what they do with the new Dune movie. Fun little escape. Okay, popcorn movie kind of deal. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with a popcorn movie. Oh, so it wasn't, Chris Pratt and Bryce Dallas Howard anymore? No, okay, interesting. That's actually really interesting. Wonder what made them change. Maybe they just didn't want to do it anymore. That's entirely possible. Already been in there. Well, I mean, look at Sam Neill, right? Sam Neill has done so much awesome work. He was in Hunt for Red October. He was in The Mouth of Madness. He's been in Event Horizon. He's been in a bunch of different things, but he will always be known for being Grant. Or Jeff Goldblum, for that matter. You know, same thing. He's... Jeff Goldblum, like, you go back and you look at Jeff Goldblum's, like, resume, and you're like, holy shit. He's been in a lot. But he'll always be known as Malcolm. Always, always, always. He is always disaster guy. Yeah, that's true. Hell, even as the cowboy in Buckaroo Banzai, he was still the disaster guy. I think the only one that I can think of where he hasn't been the disaster guy is, he was technically, I guess you could put it, the disaster in Earth Girls Are Easy. Now, how's that for a throwback? Nah, I can't reach that one from here. Saturday, I'm going with a couple other people to see the F1 movie. I was curious as to how that was going to turn out. I was really curious about that. Okay, that's somebody's base. And that's a big fucking thopter. Going to see it in IMAX. Nice. Okay, let me see here. So... yeah, I gotta go over here. Gotcha. Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. Should be anyway. Do you remember the Stallone movie Drive? I think it was called. I think that's literally the entire title. I think that's really the only movie, like F1 movie, that I can think about where I was like, you know what? This is really interesting. Yeah, I actually really liked Drive. I thought Drive was pretty well done for what it was supposed to be. Go watch Rush. Oh, wait a minute. Did I see Rush? I might have seen Rush as well. That was really good. But that was, I've only seen it, if I did, I'd only seen it once. The only reason why I say I might have is because I remember the movie coming out. And I remember, like, looking stuff up about Niki Lauda and James Hunt. And then that also got me down the F1 rabbit hole, I guess you could say. With a lot of things, which, not bad at all, but, like, they also had the movie about Senna, if I remember correctly, which was actually really good. So I've seen a couple of them. Yeah, the one about Senna was really, really, really interesting. I'm assuming I have to go in there. Can I find a little... just a little place where I can park this fucker? Yes, right here. Good. And then... take this. Repair. Yeah, Senna... oh my god. I mean, like, even just seeing the footage, right, of, like, Senna's wins and, reading all the articles and stories about him, it's absolutely fucking insane. I would have 100% loved to have seen Ayrton Senna.
I see you, dog.
Come on out, asshole. Or not. Oh, there he is. Oh, shit. Okay, you got nothing. He's the F1 equivalent of Richard Petty or Dale Earnhardt. Oh, yeah. Senna was fucking insane.
What's your purpose? This is Sandfly's territory. We're under assault.
There we go. Spectre, what's going on, buddy? How are the things, Spectre? How you doing? Scouting for a new base, and my copter's out of fuel in the middle of nowhere, but still going. Oh no. You didn't bring enough fuel? Industrial pumps. Need those. The fuck was that? Nice. Nothing here. Quick storage up by accident, but thankfully I got the buggy with me too, so it's not a lost cause. Plus there's a bunch of camps here so I can get a fuel cell quick. That's a good thing. That's definitely a good thing. Oh, shit. Jesus, there's so many guys here.
Eyes on target. Shield on.
There we go. All right, here comes another.
Target found.
There we go.
Someone's here. Where's my backup? Cover.
No one's here. Shut up, no one's here. You're full of shit.
I see someone.
You don't. You don't see anyone.
Who's there? Someone's here.
There. Jesus. And you don't have anything either. Well, that's kind of creepy. Nothing here, nothing here. Never get old. I mean, I'm trying. Definitely trying not to, but you know how that goes.
We need to recruit some medical people into the movement. A real physician would be nice, but any sort of chemist or medic would be a start. We've had several folks taken ill, and there's not a lot we can do for them out here. The whole crew that flew off with Yates on that salvage recovery job have come down sick. Some of them are in a really bad way. People are blaming that bad spice that's supposed to be going around. No one wants to go near them now. Poor souls.
There. Yeah, I really don't want to get old, but yeah, we all know how that shit ends up going. Most of the time, sadly. Ooh, stuff. No, no. There's another cut array. I'll take a cut array. Hell yeah. Engine Mark IV. Intel. Nice. Hopefully that's all I need. I don't know how much I need of anything. But yeah. Last couple days I've been watching the VOD of a stream from Saturday. Final show for Ozzy and Black Sabbath in Birmingham, where it all started, so that's been tugging at the strings a bit. That's fair. That's fair. And, I mean, that's kind of a end of an era kind of deal. So I get that. Yeah. Yeah, I can see where that would, excuse me. That would be a little hard. For sure. I can totally understand that. Fuck. Alright, I gotta get the fuck out of here. They're starting to respawn. Little bitch watching Ozzy sing Mama, I'm Coming Home. Yeah, that's fair. You don't see anybody. Shh. Quiet.
Identify yourself.
I'm not identifying shit. I'm leaving. Go away. No. No, nor should you be. Alright. Time to get the fuck out of here. And hopefully that's enough of everything? Question mark? I don't really know. Yeah, exactly. Can't see anyone because there's no one there. Trying to think, who's the one that always gets me? Oh, so I understand what you mean about, like, you know, seeing your heroes and stuff like that getting old. The people that do it for me, like when I see it and I go, oh fuck, is actors, right? Because like I grew up during that time where it was like, some of these actors have been around for already quite a long while. You know what I mean? But then to see them and they're not doing so well, or to see an actor come up and then come to find out they've been like battling cancer or something along those lines for quite a while, and they lost the battle, stuff like that. Like there was I can't remember the guy's name, but he was huge in 2 TV shows. One of them was Charmed. He played a warlock in Charmed, and then the other one was in Nip Tuck. Right? He literally just died, if I remember correctly, like a week or 2 weeks ago, because he'd been privately battling cancer basically this whole time. Julian McMahon, yes, thank you. Shelley Duvall is who comes to mind when you say that. Yeah, like Shelley Duvall, and there's a ton of others where it's the same way. And it sucks. It really sucks to see like all these people, and you know, I'm thinking, well fuck, just a few years ago they were at the top of their game. You know what I mean? Like, where the fuck did the time go? Also, Morphine, good to see you. How you doing? Or the ones you don't realize how old they really are? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, wow. I guess it would be best to cross here, then. Okay. Oh, De Niro. Yep. Joe Pesci is another big one that comes to mind when you talk to people like that. There's a ton of them. You're hanging in there? Well, that's a good thing. Or like I went back not too long ago. I think it was maybe last week. Because I was just like, you know what? I need a feel-good movie. I need a stupid movie. Right? Something to just take my mind off of whatever. And just kind of like go blank for a little bit. And I put on Anchorman. Right? And now we all know Anchorman is... the movie's dumb as shit. But that's the point. Right? Christina Applegate... this one I didn't know. Christina Applegate, she doesn't act anymore other than voice roles because she's got multiple sclerosis. Maggie Smith was an actor that I never knew how old she was. She was always old while I was growing up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Christina Applegate doesn't act anymore, and gave up acting because she's got MS. Yeah. So, like, if she does any acting, she only does, like, voice acting roles now. That's it. Because, unfortunately, it's just one of those things where, like, being on a set 18 hours a day and shit like that just really, really, really gets to her. And especially when she's sleep deprived and stuff, it really starts to get to her. But voice acting, you go in for 7-8 hours, you do a bunch of lines, that's really all you have to do and nail them, and then you're good to go. Yeah, like, it was really, really weird. I was like, what the fuck? How? Like, what's happening to all these people? Next week's for test to make sure I don't have that or Parkinson's. Yeah. And like you said before, Michael J. Fox, poor guy. You know, I mean, Michael J. Fox, he's had it forever, right? And, I mean, at this point, if somebody doesn't know about Michael J. Fox and Parkinson's, they've been living in a hole. But, it doesn't make it any easier for him. It really doesn't. Michael J. Fox is only a couple of years older than I am. Right? So I grew up, well, couple, but you know what I mean, right? So it's like I grew up with Michael J. Fox on TV. I grew up with him in Back to the Future and everything like that. And yeah, that one hurts. That one really hurts. Like, he was always one of those guys that, like, when I was a kid, him and, oh my god, this is another name I haven't thought of in forever, Rick Schroeder. Jesus. Those were two people, and Anthony Michael Hall is another one. So those were, like, three people that, like, when I was growing up, I could look up to. Because they were in that, like, age range. If that makes any sense.
Sector weather alert.
Yep, that's a big one.
Storm is approaching.
Get me in there.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
There we go. Whew. Jesus. He's 64. He was born in June of 61. Yeah. So it's like, you know, there were some really, really big names. Like, I could grow up and I could watch them and be like, oh, okay. Good to see them still doing well and whatnot. And now it's like, God, everybody's just getting old. Teen Wolf, yep. Is somebody flying through that? That's crazy. But to each their own. Or hell, even Jim Carrey, right? Jim Carrey did a lot. He was on In Living Color, he did Once Bitten, and those were roles before he was like giga superstar. At that age where you can say, God, I'm getting old, some of us can only accept that we're old. How you doing, Sophia? We were going over, like, names of, like, famous actors and whatnot, right? That, like, you look at them and you go, fuck, I didn't know they were that old. Or, you know, you hear something on the news, or you read something in the paper or online, and it says that, you know, they lost their battle with cancer, or they recently died, and you're like, fuck. They were young, what happened? And then you realize how old they were, and you're like, fuck, I'm getting old. He was also in Earth Girls Are Easy? Yep. Makeup works wonders. Well, I mean, it's like you don't see him for a while, and then it's kind of an out of sight, out of mind kind of deal, too. Right? Like, Jim Carrey is no spring chicken anymore. But Christ, one of my favorite Jim Carrey movies to this day is still Once Bitten, which was his very first movie role. I'm pretty sure it was. It was like his first or his second. It's something insanely ridiculous like that. It's like his first or his second. Something around there. But yeah. And Once Bitten was a great movie. And a lot of people are like, nah, it's kind of crap. I'm like, I liked it. I thought it was funny. Not to mention what's her name in that movie. Holy shit. I can never remember her name, but God, was she gorgeous in that movie. Was it Lauren Hutton? Does that sound about right? Lauren was in... Okay, yeah. Lauren Hutton was gorgeous in Once Bitten. Oh my god. She was gorgeous in everything she did. I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair, but... Yeah, like, when that's one of the first... of, like, maybe the few movies that you see her in, because she's already... She had to be getting closer to retirement than anything at that point, and she's still drop-dead gorgeous. It's like, wow. But I can tell you, every single person who is alive today has had their, how do I put this delicately? They've had, we've all had the MILF experience on screen. And by that, I mean Cate Blanchett in Lord of the Rings. The hell? Why can't I do anything? Oh, I know why. Ones I always thought were gorgeous were Raquel Welch and Tina Turner. Oh, yeah. Absolutely they were. 100%. They were gorgeous. There's another one, and I'm trying to remember her name. Shit, I don't remember. It's been so fucking long since I've even thought about her. I can't remember off the top of my head. But she was of that group. But yeah, it's just there were a bunch of people that I'd look at them, or I'd read something in the news or whatever and go, fuck. Like, okay, for instance, Max von Sydow, when he died, was it sad? Yes, but he was already like fucking 200 years old when I was young. You know what I mean? Like, or Christopher Walken. As sad as it's going to be when the day comes when it's Christopher Walken's time, that dude's been like a million years old forever. You know what I mean? What surprised me how good they look for their age is Sammy Hagar. Dude is 77 and looks my age. Wow. Wouldn't call Tina gorgeous. She was a classic beauty, but damn, she was sexy as hell. Prettiest woman on the earth can't compare to Tina in sex. Well, Tina definitely had sex appeal, for sure. Absolutely she did. Okay, I guess the best way to describe what Tina was, yeah, I guess it's the best way to describe it is, if you lined her up with a bunch of supermodels, right, and they were just standing there, no emotion or anything like that, chances are you would probably pick one of the supermodels. But when she did any acting, when she did any dancing, when she did any singing, she was literally the only one that owned who she was. which was incredibly sexy. Like, she absolutely owned who she was. And she didn't care about, you know, her flaws. She didn't care about, you know, not being the prettiest woman in the world. She didn't care about any of that. She went out. She did everything she could. You know, she sold the crap out of her voice. She sold the crap out of herself. She became a massive, massive star, both singer and actor. And she just owned her, which is fantastic. And I can't really think of many that do it even half as well as she did. Oh, she absolutely deserved it, 100%. Yeah, she was one of those special ones, for sure, where she really, really owned who she was. Okay, how am I on water? Yeah, I'm gonna need to throw another body on there. There we go. Nice. Spice food. Got that. I don't know if I have enough industrial pumps. I don't know if I do, and that's gonna suck. Put those in. Dump the money in here. There's another 10 grand. So I'm up to 51K. That's not bad. Dump that. Let me go see. 2 pumps per wing, 4 wings. Oh, I don't know. I have just enough, so I might as well just make those now. I'll wait for the aluminum to build up a little bit more, but holy crap, did I luck out on that one. Betty White? Oh, Betty White was amazing. Tell you what, give me a second. I'm gonna go and pee really quick while I wait for the aluminum, and then I'll come back and we'll keep chatting and talking about whatever. Okay, Hi is back. She's actually in the Guinness Book for longest TV career. Who is, Tina? Oh, Betty, sorry. Not Tina, Betty. Yeah, Betty, it makes sense, yeah. And thank you, Sophia. Yeah, Betty had an insane career. She absolutely did. Kaylin, thank you, but I'm not a clone. I swear, I'm not a clone. Okay, so I got the industrial pumps, I got the aluminum. I just need to wait for the aluminum to build. And it's complex machinery. And I'm pretty sure I got all these. Actually, did I get the cockpit? I don't know. No, I didn't. Okay. So, but I got all the stuff for the cockpit. Complex machinery. Complex machinery. Okay. So at the very least, I can build the Thopter. It just might not have the scan module on it. Okay, that's not terrible. It's just what a clone would say. Oh, God. But yeah, the Julian McMahon one kind of hit me. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, Julian McMahon wasn't all that old. And then it's like you look at like the people we brought up before, like Michael J. Fox or Rick Schroeder. Who was the other one that I brought up before? He was in all the 80s movies. Breakfast Club, Pretty in Pink, yada, yada, yada. Can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. Michael something. Yeah, he was 56. That's not all that old. Anthony Michael Hall. Yeah, thank you. Anthony Michael Hall is another one, right? There were a bunch of people like that. Oh, why can I never remember his name? Fuck, I can never remember his name either. You know, most people would know him from either, like, Pretty in Pink or Stargate, the movie, or Boston Legal. As Denny Crane's friend. Who is this you're talking about? Julian McMahon was in the TV show Charmed in the early 2000s. He played a warlock alongside the original sisters. And then he played one of the main characters in Nip Tuck. Yeah, he was also Dr. Doom, yep. He died, I want to say, either this past weekend or the weekend before at like 56. And he hadn't been doing much of anything for a while. I thought he had just retired, but that wasn't the case. What ended up happening is I guess he was battling privately with cancer. Is it wrong that I only knew him as Dr. Doom? Very sad what happened to him. No, it's not wrong at all. That's kind of the thing, right? Is like, he did a lot, but it was all like within the same span of time. That's the big... It was all within the same span of time. So it was like he did Charmed, and then as soon as he was done with Charmed, he did Nip Tuck. And Nip Tuck was huge on TV for the longest time. But he also did Doctor Doom for Fantastic Four. Yeah, he was 56. Yeah. That's what got Chadwick Boseman too, yeah. It is young, yeah. It's really young, and I'm like, fuck. Chadwick Boseman's was really, really sad. I felt bad for Chadwick. There was a, some award show, or some award event that he went to, and I saw this, and I was like, fuck, you want to talk about, like, your heart getting broken? Somebody asked him, you know, oh, well, I mean, are there any talks for, you know, like another Black Panther, this, that, and the other thing? And basically he came out and said, well, it doesn't really matter because this is it for me. And meanwhile, people had already known Chadwick Boseman was, like, battling cancer and everything throughout the filming and whatnot for a while, so. I guess being a musician, I'm just too used to the ones I enjoy listening to dying too young. If you're talking about the 27 Club, I can understand. But there are tons and tons of musicians that, like, they're really, really, really good. And they've gone on for a long time. If we're talking musicians and shit, I will say one of the biggest ones that hit me the hardest, and I'm glad they went out the way they went out because they did it their own way, was Daft Punk. They'd been around for so fucking long, and then they just finally decided, we're done. We're calling it quits. We're on top of the world. We put out a bunch of different albums. We've toured all over the world. We made a shit ton of money. We did Tron Legacy. You can't get much better than that. We're done. They've been around for fucking ever. Yeah. There was actually an interview that I saw not too long ago, and it was David Guetta talking about Daft Punk, and he was still trying to make his bones when they had already, like, made it big. And he said, he goes, so I made this album and I was really, really proud of it, and we were, myself and the guys, we were doing a show together, and obviously everybody came out for them, and I went up to one of them and I said, hey, so I made this album, I'd really like for you guys to listen to it. And they said, okay. He goes, so we went back to the trailer and they listened to it for about 15 minutes. And they look at me and they go, hey, we'd like you to come over to our studio because we want to play this for everybody else. And I go, yeah, sure, okay. So they give me the address to their house. And I go in and I go, okay, so where's the studio? And they go, what do you mean? You're looking at it. And he's like, what? They're like, yeah, you're looking, and it was literally just like a computer with two monitors on a desk. And like a keyboard next to it, and that was it. He goes, and my heart kind of sank. He goes, not because, like, you know, I thought that you needed all this stuff, right, to be good. He said, but when you're a DJ and when you want to, like, get into making music and stuff, you always come up with the excuses, well, I can't do it because I don't have this, right? When I get more money, I'll be able to upgrade to this and I can use this and do this and so on. He goes, and then you see these two guys who put out hit after hit after hit after hit over the course of 30-something years, and it has nothing to do with the equipment that they have. It just has everything to do with the fact that they're just better than you. I was like, damn, coming from David Guetta, that's actually really fucking insane. But yeah, Ozzy, Mick Jagger, I mean, those guys are insanely old. Steven Tyler is insanely old. Paul McCartney, holy shit. Paul McCartney and Ringo have to be ancient at this point. Hendrix, Zeppelin, Sabbath, long before any electronic equipment or autotune was used to create music. Yeah, and that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But what I will say is one of the really, really nice things, and auto-tune not so much, but when you look at synthesizers, synthesizers were really made popular in the 80s, but in the early 80s, like mainstream popular, by Vangelis. And Vangelis has gone on record by saying that synthesizers are the one instrument universally that can make boring people interesting. And I can't really say he's wrong. Yeah, I can't really say he's wrong at all. Auto-tuners are cheating. It's not even that they're cheating. I just think that auto-tune is just way overused. I think it was one of those things where auto-tune just kind of became a fad for a while and everybody wanted to use it because it sounded cool in a couple of songs, and then everybody went nuts with it, and cranked it up to like fucking 70, and it was just weird. It was really, really weird. And thankfully I wouldn't even call it cheating. I really wouldn't, because like it's not like they're singing out of tune for what they're supposed to. It's what auto-tune actually does. Like auto-tune, instead of having like a smooth transition from one note to another, just cuts out the transition and gives this like really weird feel to things. I'm not talking about synths or keys. I'm talking about computer generated tracks. I think that's just kind of a sign of the times. Honestly, like, I can understand what people mean when they're like, oh yeah, well, computer generated stuff is shit and this and the other thing, because let's be fair, a lot of it is. But I think that has more to do with the fact that it's because making music is so much more easily accessible now than it was back in the day, versus how it was growing up in the 50s or 60s or even the 70s, where it's like, oh, you have a piece of music that you really, really want to make, cool, but you need a $600 guitar, right? You need somebody who's already got $1,000 set of drums. You need somebody who needs to be able to play bass guitar and play it well. You need somebody who's good on vocals. Then you need all the vocal equipment. Then you need all the speakers. Then you need the mixers. And then you need and then you have to practice for hours and hours and hours. Meanwhile, nowadays, if you have an idea for a really, really, really good song, it typically is only going to cost you like maybe a couple $100, and you have basically anything and everything that you need. And if you have the talent and the time, you can make really, really, really good stuff. If I go into a studio with my guitar, you're getting my raw guitar sound, no BS computer crap added to it, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but at the end of the day, you're still coming out digital. And that's just how the world works now, right? So there's I understand what's being said, but at the end of the day, the end result is still the same. Oh, it takes tons of time, persistent talent, practice. Absolutely. 100%. It absolutely does. And I don't care whether it's somebody who is able to sit in front of a PC and is able to come up with stuff, or, people like you, Morphine, who sit down with a guitar and record in front of a microphone, or like a dozen microphones. Unfortunately, the sign of the times is just quite literally, it doesn't really matter how you do it now. At the end of the day, you're still coming out digital. There is no more analog, right? Unless you want to spend thousands upon thousands of dollars trying to go back to analog, which is very tough to do and very tough to upkeep now, versus the sound and how close you get to analog with everything that is digital nowadays, it's almost not worth it anymore. Because I've had this discussion with a lot of people, because I was raised around a lot of radio DJs and radio and music and everything like that. And music's always been huge for me. And it's just gotten to that point, right? There are a lot of people who sit there and go, well, an LP definitely sounds better than an MP3. Sure. But there's a caveat. The caveat is that it only sounds as good as whatever you're playing it on. So if you've got a brand new digital receiver, well, guess what? It's only going to ever sound as good as that receiver is ever going to be able to crank out, right? So now you have to go back and you have to find an old 1970s Denon or a 1970s Marantz or something along those lines where they're still using vacuum tubes inside the damn thing and it weighs 280 pounds, right? And then you have to go and find speakers that are not digital. You have to find speakers that are analog, like Klipsch Heresy 2s or the original Klipsch Heresy and stuff like that, in order to actually get any sort of benefit from it being recorded analog, so that you can hear exactly what people are talking about when they say, oh yeah, no, it's definitely so much better at analog. Sure, absolutely, and I'm not going to disagree with that. But for as close as you can get to the way that analog sounds nowadays with digital, unless you're a really, really big audiophile, there's really no reason to go out and get a lot of that stuff anymore. Oh, yeah. No, that's fine. You're all analog, but let's say you go into a studio. None of that's analog anymore. So if it gets recorded, it's getting recorded digitally, right? They have the main thing. They have FLAC, but FLAC is still digital. And then they do whatever they need to do to it, and they turn it into a song. That's all done digitally. And whether it's released on CD, or whether it's released on Spotify, or whether it's released on MP3, it's only ever going to be as good as whatever digital equipment that people are using. Like, if you have, like, an actual, honest-to-God, 100% analog setup to listen to music to, yes, it sounds so much different. It sounds a lot warmer. Everything just feels so much more alive. I completely get it, and I agree with it. But trying to get that kind of setup now is really difficult. Really, really difficult. I remember my buddy Maddie and I really got into to analog stuff for a while. And his dad had a 1973 Marantz. It was like a 275 or something like that. And the thing weighed 200 pounds. Right? And literally he played... His dad also had a reel-to-reel player and recorder, and there were a couple of things that his dad, you know, recorded on the reel-to-reel, and he played it back and everything like that. And his dad was one of those people that kept everything in meticulous condition. And my buddy Maddie maybe used it for like 3 months and then had to replace all the vacuum tubes in both the receiver and the and everything else that he had, and then had to go through and basically strip all the grease out from the inside of the reel-to-reel and re-grease everything. I know I recorded in analog and it was my talent that made it good without a machine adding effects to it. I think to an extent, sure. And I can understand where you're coming from, but a lot of the time, that type of thing is typically only coming from, like, pop and hip-hop. If you look at country, if you look at rock and roll, even today, like, basically any form of rock, hell, even if you look at a lot of, not even hip-hop, but actual honest-to-God rap, 99% of that stuff is still done that way, right? I think the biggest thing is that we end up looking at a lot of that stuff and going, oh, well, it's all over the place, but that's because that's all they play on the fucking radio. You know what I mean? Versus if you turn it to a country station, chances are you will listen to 2 songs back to back. One of them is going to be made within the last few years, and the last one was made like 40 some odd years ago, and they sound just as good as one another, and that's because of the talent. I don't particularly care for country music. I think country music usually has quite a few problems associated with it, but I can't deny that they don't typically use a whole lot of auto-tuning. They don't use a whole lot of effects or tricks or anything like that nowadays. They still do stuff pretty much the same way they did it back then. Right? Same thing with rock. Mostly when it comes to rock, mostly because they just don't have the room for all the other extra equipment, plus all the original equipment that's needed to actually make the damn thing. And if you have the kind of money to spend to go into, or to have a company, you know, spend the money for you to go into a studio that's big enough to fit all of that stuff, well, I mean, you've kind of already been made for quite a long time. Honestly, yeah, there's still stuff. Absolutely. I know what you're talking about in terms of the mumble rap stuff. Most people don't care for mumble rap. Most people don't. But if you're talking about the stuff where it's like you have these people that are up and coming and they're making their own albums, they save up the money, they get into a studio and they have their own album and they may be selling it out of the back of their car or something along those lines or whatever, 90% of the time it's just, hey, here's a beat, here's them rapping to it. And that's pretty much how a lot of rappers still do things today. That's how a lot of them do it, right? And I'll be the first to admit, because I DJ a lot of EDM and a lot of house and a lot of other things like that, right? There is a lot of crap when it comes to EDM and house and techno and trance and vocal trance and EBM and witch house and literally anything and everything that fits into that dance category. There is so much crap out there. I could literally pull up anything on YouTube right now and spend maybe 30 seconds looking for something and go, I can, even before playing it, automatically going, I know this is going to suck, and it will. Right? But that just comes down to talent and time versus somebody who's, like, just trying to spit out as much as they possibly can. Like, there's a guy, and actually, hang on. This is really, really cool. I'm going to actually back out for a second, because this is like... I don't know what the hell's going on. Hang on. I'll exit to menu. But let me... do this. Hang on one second. That's not what I wanted to show you. I just needed it so I could mute. Okay. Here, and then... oh, perfect. So this guy, he's got 4.6 million subscribers on YouTube. And I'll link you his thing afterwards. I just don't want to play it and have like a DMCA issue. But listen to this guy as soon as I turn Dune down a little bit here. If I can. Oh, that's why. Audio. There we go. Much better. So this guy does a lot of things, and he also does sing on his own, but I found him through this, and I was like, holy shit, this is actually really well done. Also, the guy singing right now is literally the guy who made this song. Yeah, he's awesome, isn't he, True? We're going to have to discuss your definition of awesome? What do you mean? This is an awesome, awesome mix. This is really well done. It is. Okay, so you want my definition of awesome. Here's my definition of awesome. When you have somebody who can take two songs that have nothing to do with one another and mix them in a brand new way to the point where it sounds natural, even when you're doing it live, and then add your own vocals in at the same time and be able to change tempo and beat halfway through the song, that's pretty awesome. And still keep it, like, exactly where it needs to be to have that same vibe. I was thinking it was just a mix of In the Air Tonight and Remember the Time, which it starts out as. It totally does. And then he starts singing in the middle of it. So now you have Michael, you've got Phil, and then you've got Sickick, and he's live mixing himself and the other two at the same time and being able to change tempo and the beat and still keep it with the same vibe. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty friggin' awesome. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've heard this. Now he's singing again. Yeah. So for this one, and I agree with you, is it my favorite? No, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. But I think he's probably one of those people who, like, if I had to sit down and go, okay, this kind of equipment is the stuff that makes boring people interesting, he's probably one of them. Because he's all doing it himself. You know what I mean? First track was better? Absolutely, yeah. I agree. Are you talking about the guy who's saying no Diddy? True? Yeah, I've heard him. There's a lot of parody songs. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. To me, like, I'm really, 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 like, particular when it comes to a lot of stuff. I'm not the biggest fan of parody songs, but I will listen to Weird Al all fucking day. All day long, I will listen to Weird Al. Al does it right. That's true. Most of his songs are original, so I guess parody doesn't really fit. Yeah, and that's fair. That's fair. I mean, Weird Al is definitely the king of parodies, for sure. Okay, I still need complex machinery. I only need one of those. And the rest, I believe, is just aluminum. So, let me do this. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily consider that parody. But maybe that's just me. He gets permission from every artist and he makes it his own. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Weird Al was... He's one of the greats when it comes to parody. And there weren't many to begin with that did it like he did, but... Yeah, Weird Al is it's hard to compete with him, for sure. Dr. Demento? Yeah. I mean, Dr. Demento's always good, don't get me wrong.
Where's my backup?
There we go.
Reveal yourself. Huh? Found them. I need help.
Oh, trust me, I don't think anybody hates Weird Al Yankovic. Oh God, you're doing that. Now, I will say, that's where I do have a problem. That's where I do have a problem with music. When people are using AI in that instance to make music. And it's not, it doesn't even necessarily have to be because I think they're good or bad. I just feel like it's not even cheating.
Testing station number 197.
Like it's worse than cheating. Like, we could easily sit here and debate, like, the finer points of music and whatnot as to, you know, what is considered cheating or leeching or, like, any of that stuff. But I think it's pretty safe to say that if you're just literally sitting in front of a computer and you're bringing up a chat prompt and you're telling it to come up with lyrics for a song, and the AI is coming up with lyrics and it's coming up with everything else, and you spent maybe 5 minutes worth of work, then yeah, to me that's absolutely cheating. Like, I've done it, but I'm also never going to try and sell that shit. I did it as a joke, right? And doing it as a joke, okay, fair, whatever, right? You need to come up with a dumb song for all of about 5 minutes, who cares? That doesn't bother me. It's when you have a bunch of people who are like, oh, no, like, I make amazing stuff, and then you hear it and it's like, okay, yeah, but it's all AI. You haven't really done anything. Like, when I do stuff with AI, I don't consider it an achievement because I'm not the one who did it. I don't think anyone really comes close when it comes to Weird Al, or parody music. That's not even subjective either. Like, who would be next as accolades as a parody musician or untouched by anyone else? No, I think you're 100% right. I think you're absolutely right. I mean, think of it this way. Who in their right mind would ever go, you know what? The new Star Wars movie is coming out. Star Wars Episode 1. I should really do something for that, and then literally take American Pie and turn it into a Star Wars song. And I can't think of anybody else off the top of my head who can take, arguably at the time, one of the most, how do I want to put this? I don't want to say graphic, but one of the most raw rap songs of the time, and turn it into something that even moms will listen to. You know what I mean? Like, that's huge. Like, I know for a fact, like, my mother never, ever, ever cared for Coolio, right? And fair enough, you know, she grew up during a different time and stuff like that. Rap's not her thing, I get it. But most moms at that time didn't like it either way, right? So you had a rap song done by Coolio, and then you had that, I should say, that no moms ever liked, and then Weird Al comes along and turns it into a song that moms absolutely love and are able to laugh at. That's pretty talented. Some argue that parody music is easy because most of the work is already done. No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's easy at all. And I'm sure we've all had that, like, that moment, right? Where it's like, hey, I've got an idea in my head, right? And you think about it for a second, you're like, oh yeah, no, it kind of goes with this song, because it might just be something you're listening to, and you come up with a few lines, and you're like, oh man, I could probably come up with more of this if I really, really wanted to, and stuff like that, and then you never do. Weird Al comes up with the whole fucking thing. And also, granted, none of our stuff would ever be as good as Weird Al's.
Who's there?
Okay, he's dead. He also did music videos, which in the music industry, music videos are always bigger than the audio-only versions. I think that helped, for sure. I think that definitely helped.
Shields up!
There we go. Actually, take all of that. Or not. Bill. Nice. 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 No, I totally get what True is saying, though, and he's not wrong either. I think a lot of people look at parody songs pretty badly, actually. Unless you're talking about Weird Al.
Someone's here.
Okay. Take this. Take this. Please take this. Thank you. Dump that. Take that instead. I don't know why I decided to take all the Thopter shit. That was a dumb idea. Amish Paradise never got a music video where he's an Amish doing everything he's talking about in the song. I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like, he had a ton of other parody songs. Even before Amish Paradise, and he was doing really well for himself. I shot them so hard, they're floating. Damn. I don't know if the song would have been as massive. Well, it was as massive as it was primarily because the controversy surrounding it, where he said he ended up getting permission and Coolio never knew about it.
Welcome, visitor, to Imperial Desert Testing.
That was, in all honesty, that was like the big thing. And I completely forgot to do the one thing that I wanted to do, which sucks. So now I gotta go back through it. Yeah, but Michael Jackson's one of those people who, like, that dude used everything. This is gonna sound really weird, but bear with me for a second. He does what I like to call nose-to-tail editing, which means he will use the whole cow when it comes to editing. It doesn't matter whether it's something that he never, like, envisioned before in terms of being in the song, or something that's just completely off in left field in terms of, like, oh, hey, you know, this is really weird. Why would I use this? You know, crap like that. It doesn't matter to him. If it sounds good, he'll use it. And he'll figure out a way to use it. And that's just kind of how it's always been for him. So it's like, he was really one of those people where it didn't really matter. He'll use anything and everything he can, which I think is awesome. Yeah, get rid of this. There we go. That's what I needed. Thriller is still the best-selling album of all time by a huge margin, too. It's wild. Oh, yeah. But, I mean, you got to remember, it's not just the song Thriller that's on that album, right? Like, most of the hits that we think of when we think of Michael Jackson are on that album. It's insane how many good songs are on that thing. So I have, you know, I'm not surprised that it's still the
Here's my backup.
highest grossing and selling album of all time, because it really is that good. It really, really is. Second place is 20 million copies under it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy how many albums he sold. And I can never remember the guy's name on Thriller either. And it drives me nuts that I can never remember his name. I've heard it a million times, and yeah. I always have to sit there and look it up. But you know exactly who I'm talking about. Vincent Price. Yes, thank you. Right? Like, that's... You want to talk about nose-to-tail editing, right? Here's a guy... He has an orchestra playing behind an electronic beat that he's singing to, and then literally out of fucking nowhere, here's Vincent Price. Like, it's insane, the stuff that he came up with. Absolutely insane. Complex machinery. Got it. And here's a big one, right? If there's anybody who's ever studied music or is like a really, really massive music fan, or is a musician, or is a DJ, or is a music producer, or anything like that, credit where credit's due. Michael Jackson literally made perfect songs. He just did. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. His songs, for what they were absolutely perfect. In every single way. There's not one issue with any of his songs that anybody can point to technically, or from a melody, or from any other standpoint, and go, this is bad. Shadow himself getting a headache and gotta go, and totally agree with you there. Sophia, I hope your head feels better, and have yourself a great night, and who knows, maybe we'll see you in a little bit. If we do, awesome. If not, always love and appreciate you being here, and we'll see you next time. The only people that can hold a candle to him are religious figures. In terms of music, I don't know about that. I mean, I've heard some really shit songs that are supposed to be religious. Lot of really shit ones, but yeah. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Why am I blanking? Why am I... I'm an idiot. I already got it on. Okay. must be attached to a chassis. Here's the chassis. Okay. Here's the hull. Okay. 1 wing. 2 wings. 3 wings. There's 4. Maybe. Oh, no, there's 4. Good. Good. Must be attached to a vehicle chassis. Yes. I know. Is this gonna be... Oh, this is gonna be one of those stupid things, isn't it? Hang on. Detach this. Oh, that's sand bike, is it? Am I... Okay, yeah, it is. Never mind. We're getting there. We are getting there. Yay. Oh, wait a minute. I don't even... Oh, even better. Oh, no, it's a buggy cutter array. Never mind. I thought... Actually, you know what? I may already have a scanner. I may. I'm not entirely sure. But I will take those parts and dump them in here. Because I don't need those. I could have sworn I might have had a scanner somewhere. It's not in those two, I know that. You are sandbike. Okay. Maybe that's what I was thinking of as the sandbike scanners. Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of. Pull that level of fame and numbers in the 80s and 90s is exactly why no one will ever come close to Michael Jackson in terms of fame and being known. The only people that can hold a candle to him are religious figures. I'd say that that's kind of... Like, I understand what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree with it, but I think you also have to take into account that the music industry and music in general have changed drastically since he's been alive and then subsequently died. To the point where it used to be, you know, here's Michael Jackson of the Jackson 5, right? And they were massive, and he was not only a child star, but a child singer, and he did really, really, really well for himself. And then he was one of the few who decided, I'm going to go out and make something on my own without the Jackson 5, and not only did well, but excelled, and then just blew up. When there was, at the time, really nothing else that could even come close to competing with him. Right? Pop was, in terms of the way that we look at it, wasn't even close to what it is nowadays. And almost nobody did anything that would be considered pop. You had pop songs, but pop just stood for popular. So if you had a brand new song that came out and everybody loved it, it was just considered a pop song versus it actually being its own genre. Right? So I agree that yes, he did a lot of things that were just so insane, and he became incredibly, incredibly popular, 100%. But at the same time, I also feel like he kind of didn't have anyone else going against him either, like you do nowadays, right? Lady Gaga is amazing at what she does. She's a perfect example, and she's done a lot of different kinds of music. But the difference is that you also have a lot of other women who are competing for the exact same spot that Lady Gaga had, and in some terms, still does have. You know what I mean? . 'Cause, 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 'cause Or here's another really, really great example. Name 2 bands that survived through the 1960s, 70s, and at least part of the 80s that are not the Beatles and not the Rolling Stones and not Aerosmith that made it as big as they did. Pink Floyd, you can't really say because Pink Floyd is like, they're really, really esoteric. I see what you're saying with that, but Eagles I will definitely accept. Kiss is definitely more hard rock, for sure. Led Zeppelin is one, absolutely. But if you look at all these really, really, really big bands, right? Here's my point. If you look at all these really big bands, there weren't a whole lot that were competing against them at the time. There really weren't. Like, AC/DC had their moment in the sun, and that's fine, but name another band who came close to AC/DC at the time they were at the top of their game. Now, Led Zeppelin and Black Sabbath always went back and forth, and there's nothing wrong with that, but name another band who made it half as big as they did. So I think a lot of it, unfortunately, also has to do with timing, right? I think it also has to do with timing. Like Michael Jackson, again, I'm not taking anything away from the guy, nor would I even try to. He's literally the king of pop for a reason. But I think a lot of it is timing. I think a lot of it is timing. In the 70s and 80s, everyone making music was hungry, and that was also a very formulative era for music, where everything wasn't being as sampled like everything is today. Well, maybe not to the same extent, no, but you also have to admit that a lot of things were stolen in the past. Like, outright stolen. Instead of just being sampled. So what's worse? What exactly is worse? Sampling somebody's song for 10 or 15 seconds, or using, like, you know, maybe half a beat? Or literally stealing songs from other artists? So even back then, you had bands that would come under controversy and stuff like that from stealing songs and so on. I believe it was Led Zeppelin who came under controversy not too long ago, actually, for stealing a song from somebody that, come to find out, one of the members actually was kind of a fan of. And they just ripped the fucking thing. And I love Led Zeppelin, don't get me wrong, they're one of the greats. But there's tons of examples throughout musical history where people literally just stole songs. Elvis did it. '70s had a lot of pretty big bands that were competing with each other, with only a couple or so not being in the same genre really either. No, that's not true, because you had disco, you still had Motown, you still had rock and roll, you had alt-rock, which was coming in at the same time, such as Pink Floyd, right? You also had the end of acid rock during the 70s, so you still had a lot of people doing acid rock, and you had holdovers from the late 60s, right, who didn't make it necessarily as big, particularly because Vietnam ended halfway through the 70s, right? There were a lot of different genres. A lot of different genres that were coming out during the 70s and even the 80s. There were a lot. We're talking about being like Michael Jackson, like we were. Yeah, but again, Michael Jackson is the king of pop, but he's not just the king of pop. He's the king of two different things simultaneously. He's the king of pop, as in the king of literally the most popular songs, which is what pop music used to be, and before it was even considered its own genre, and the king of pop, the genre. Right? So I think a lot of it is timing. Look at Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd, if they came out in literally any other, and they did stuff before that wasn't esoteric and alt rock and everything like that. If you take any of their stuff and you listen to it before they went just fucking bananas, it would sound like literally you're listening to some obscure song from Boston or some obscure song from Kansas, right? When they changed, the timing for them was perfect. Because other than Tangerine Dream and a band that is only credited in one movie ever and you can never find anything else out about them, Obscure Size, nobody even came remotely close to making the kind of music that they did. You know what I mean? So it was like, you had a bunch of people that, yes, were absolutely, it's like, okay, well, hey, I'm trying to do this, I'd like to do this, we'd really like to, be successful and crap like that, but a lot of them were coming out in very, very different genres, and the timing was just perfect for them. Eagles is probably the most impressive one of that era for being as big as they were. I don't think so. I think they're impressive. I think they're impressive specifically because let me put it this way. I think the Eagles are incredibly impressive. I think they're incredibly impressive, but it's also very, very easy to pinpoint why they're impressive. And the reason why they're impressive is because throughout everything else that you had, the Eagles were just easy to listen to. Right? You didn't have Journey where he's scaling the fucking keyboard the entire time and he's got notes that nobody else can reach. You can just put on the Eagles and you can listen to them. And they've got a little bit of southern twang to them. They got a little bit of easy rock to them. But generally, they're really easy to listen to. And honestly speaking, for the most part, they were really the only ones in town who were doing that, while everybody else was trying to blow up and be the new thing and the new genre and this. There weren't many other bands that were trying to do what the Eagles were doing. And never really were. The Eagles just, and there's nothing wrong with it, the Eagles just wanted to make good songs and be easy to listen to, and they are. Even Fleetwood Mac has a lot of songs that are kind of out there, right? I mean, I know that they're listed in the same general thing, but Fleetwood Mac had some songs that were kind of like, I don't know, this doesn't really sound like Fleetwood. This sounds a little different. And I love Fleetwood Mac. Absolutely love Fleetwood Mac. Look at Jefferson Airplane, who then turned into Airplane, who then turned into Jefferson Starship, who then turned into Starship, who then turned back into Airplane, who then turned into Jefferson Airplane. Like, they've reinvented themselves so many fucking times. And they're damn good, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, holy Christ, they've literally reinvented themselves so many times, it makes your head spin. I love Fleetwood Mac. I really, really do. aside from, well, I should say I love Fleetwood Mac aside from I've never been a Stevie Nicks fan. I have to say it, I've never been a Stevie Nicks fan. Okay, well, here's the reason why. And it's nothing against Stevie Nicks. Obviously, I could never take anything away from her. This is a preference of mine. Stevie Nicks has a very, very, very nasally voice. And to me, every time I hear her sing, it just sounds like she's constantly fighting a cold. Like, the melody to her songs and stuff like that, like, it's fantastic, right? The way that she can reach some of those high notes is absolutely amazing. But if you could take that nasally aspect of her voice and get rid of it, I'd love her. But it constantly, to me, sounds like she's just fighting off a cold. Wasn't she the victim in a lot of drama in that whole band, and really the reason they got as big as they did? I don't know off the top of my head. I honestly don't know. Okay, I need the generator now. Get that too. What about the 90s? I mean, the 90s were a wild time. The 90s really were a wild time for music, for sure. I'd honestly argue just as wild as the 60s and 70s in a lot of ways. They were wild, for sure. Oh, shit. That's it? I made it? Oh my god. Finally. Now, there's still at least one or two things that I want to try and make before I even try that out, which is the booster and the storage. And I just need more aluminum. That's all I'm waiting on. Yeah, the thruster and the storage, those are the only two things I'm waiting on. I just need the aluminum to come up more. Let me see here. Oh yeah, I got plenty of aluminum being made. Saying it was Pandora's box, if I'm being honest, I don't see anything wrong with that assessment. I really don't. That's a pretty honest assessment, I feel like. Who'd you say is the most impressive band from the 90s to blow up the way they did? As much as I really don't like them, I have to give credit where credit is due, because they did define a new genre entirely, which is Nirvana. And I can't stand Nirvana. I really can't. But I have to acknowledge that if it wasn't for them, there would be literally no such thing as grunge. And then Dave Grohl, after Nirvana, went on and did his own band. Right? And they became massive as well. So it's like they touched a lot. They really did touch on a lot. And I'm not a fan of grunge. Never have been. I don't like Nirvana, but I mean, credit where credit's due. Sadly, they're definitely one of them. I'm trying to think who else. From the 90s. Okay, here's one. And I think, don't get me wrong, I think he's really, really good at what he's able to do. But I think he also got a little full of himself there for a while. And even then, you still have one of the greatest DJs who is still DJing to this day, who basically became a superstar because of him, Will Smith. Like, Will Smith had I think it was like 1 or 2 albums out before Fresh Prince, like Parents Just Don't Understand, and a couple, couple of other songs, and that's fine. But holy shit, he became the Fresh Prince. He took the fuck off even after Fresh Prince. He really took off. And that's even outside his acting career. He just really, really, really took off. That's impressive. What's crazy true? Alpa, what's going on, buddy? I can't believe I'm still sitting here waiting for all this fucking aluminum. This is nuts. Alice in Chains and Nirvana and Soundgarden and Foo Fighters and Pearl Jam are all formed in the same state, with 4 of them being formed in the same city. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Generally, if you have, like, one person, or you have a small group of people who are, like, very talented from an area, then chances are there's a lot of other people who are unspoken for. Okay, we're good there. And we're good there. Nice. I wouldn't even necessarily say connections either, because you got to remember, Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighters came from Nirvana. The only reason why the Foo Fighters took off as hard as they did is because Nirvana was no longer around, and Dave Grohl picked up the slack. Because Dave Grohl was part of Nirvana. Certain sounds tend to come from the same places. Rappers are a good example of that. Yeah, that's true. You got a lot of, like, South Central LA. You got a lot of New York City. You got a lot of Atlanta. Detroit. You have a lot of rappers that are all from those specific areas. That's true. That's very, very true. I don't think I'm going to be able to make the complex or the ornithopter tonight, or the scan module for it tonight. But I should be able to crank out the thruster and the storage, because all I'm waiting on is aluminum. That's it. And then I can make those. Everything else I've already made for the thopter, which is really nice. It's wild how long Eminem has been around making music, and even with recent releases, still holding his own and being considered a top 5 lyricist rapper. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, look at how many of the old school rappers look at him and go, he's literally the greatest. And then at the same time, look at all the new rappers coming up and going, you're just fucking mumbling. You know what I mean? Like, he came around at the right time, and he got really, really lucky, and there was a lot of work put into it, and he was like, no, I'm staying on top, fuck this, and just did nothing but get better than he already was. And then you have this whole generation of people who come after him who don't even hold a candle to the people that he bested to get to where he is. Because they just mumble. Not to mention, you piss that dude off, holy shit, your career is basically toast. Or you pull a Machine Gun Kelly and you change genres altogether so you never have to deal with him ever again. That dude's a problem. That dude's a massive problem. Kendrick Lamar, yeah.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm really, really glad I didn't take the thopter out as soon as I built it now. I'm glad I decided to wait, otherwise I would have been caught in a sandstorm, and that would have sucked. Yeah, Kendrick Lamar is definitely a problem to a lot of people, for sure. He shat on Drake in their recent beef and basically made a clown of him, and Drake is massive. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's no slouch, that's for damn sure. Alright, Sandstorm, where are you coming from? Oh, you're coming from behind. Uh-oh. Okay.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yep, my first thopter, finally. I'm just waiting for more aluminum so I can get the booster and the storage for it. That's all I'm waiting on currently. No, I know I can't use both, but I'd rather have both of them, especially for the storage. I'd rather have, at the very least, the storage on the thopter. I believe Kendrick is the only rapper to win a Pulitzer. I didn't know he'd won one, but that's awesome. I'm gonna do this, though. That's... well, That'll work.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
What do you mean vehicles out of range? How much more in range do I have to be? Hello? There we go. Jesus. Damn it! Wrong button. There. Yeah, that's much better. Oh, I just thought of something now. Oh, this is going to be so much better. I don't have to rent a pilot anymore. Awesome. There's 2,500 I'll never have to worry about again unless I absolutely biff the Thopter. Now, actually, while we're talking about Thopters, Alpa, so let me go here, right? I know this Thopter, you cannot use both the booster and the storage. Understood. But for the Mark V, can you use both? No. Okay. So it's either one or the other for all Thopters then, right? You need an Assault Thopter to use both of them. Okay. So the Scout, you can only use one. The Assault, you can use both. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. That's actually really interesting. I wonder why they did it that way. Let me see something here. Storage. We're getting there. Scout can equip a scanning module on top of one utility. Oh, okay, so if I make the scan module tomorrow, then I'd actually be able to use it with the storage, I'm assuming. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool, actually. Okay. Go back upstairs. And put this on. There we go. That's the wrong thing anyway. Put this on. Much better. Storage. Yes. Nice. Thopter life. True. Okay, hang on. We got a fueler. Okay, 100%. Damn. Oh, this is fucking cool. How do you glide? Press shift. Interesting. Okay. Damn, this thing kind of hauls ass, too. I mean, granted, we're 470 meters, but still. Ooh, hit the wrong button there. Nice. That was almost tragic. Yeah, it was. Okay, so this is good to know. So if I move it, when I go to land it, if I bring the nose further forward, then I'll definitely have more than enough room behind, which is great because looking behind you while trying to land kind of sucks. But that's really fucking nice. Holy shit. Finally. Thank God. You can hit walls and things. These boys don't break easy. Well, that's a good thing. That's definitely a good thing. Oh. Finally a thopter. Holy shit. Okay, so actually, hang on. I want to go back in there. So let's say I wanted to go to Arakeen or Harko Village. How the hell would I do that? You just go to the edge of the map. Oh, okay, fair. Also, thank you for the hydrate. You'll get a pop-up that takes you to the world map. Nice! We're just gonna pop it a little bit. There we go. Nice! Finally, a fucking ornithopter. Thopter humping. We're a hoppin' thopter. It's true. It's so true. It's a whole new game? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's trying to show dominance. Oh, God. Okay, so we got the Thopter, which is really nice. It's definitely going to take a minute to get used to it, for sure. But we have the Thopter. So now I have to start looking at other stuff. Vamp Kermit has his wings. Oh, God. Do you watch Karate Kid Legends? Is that the one with Ralph and Jackie? I haven't seen that one yet. I have not seen that as of yet. Flying Vampire Kermit. Yes. Disruptor, no. Do that. We'll do this Karpov. From a basic vamp to a vamp lord. Yes. Mala pistol, no. Holtzman Mark V, absolutely. I don't use the Vulcans or anything like that all that much. Rapier. I'll go with the sword too, because I don't know which one I like more anyway. He's now a senior vampire. Oh, fair enough. Cutaway Mark V, definitely need that. What do I have here? Because I've only got 20, but that's not terrible either. What are you, Spice Mask? Actually, heal kit. Definitely research the heal kit, for sure. Nice. And that should put me relatively close, shouldn't it? Hang on. Yeah. Holy shit. In no time at all, I'll be past duraluminum, even though I haven't researched anything for it yet. And I'll be able to unlock plastanium. What was that? Oh shit, a sand crawler? Holy fuck. Yeah, those are insane. Sand crawlers are nuts. Carrier Thopter Thruster. Oh my god. 8 wings. Whew. Vampire Lord equals Carrier Thopter. Sand crawlers take ages to build? I don't doubt it. Also, I maybe they changed this because I know this is an alternate universe and I really don't know. But, wouldn't a sand crawler typically only work if you're doing, like, group stuff? Or I should say work efficiently if you're doing group stuff, because then you need a Carrier Thopter to pick the thing up when the worm shows up or is on its way. I saw one guy solo operate a sand crawler. Holy shit. Yeah, because that was always one of the big things in the book and basically in all the iterations of miniseries and movies that they did, was the sand crawlers were really stupid slow. Like, insanely stupid slow. So basically what they do is they'd wait until the very last minute to have what they called the carry-all come in and lift it off so it wouldn't get destroyed by the worm. You also need other people to bait worms away with thumpers. Too much going on for one person. Yeah, I could totally see that. I could totally see that, because now you have to have a bunch of people with thumpers, and they got to be looking out for the worm itself. And then when the worm stops taking the bait or goes to another one, they have to kind of coordinate. And then if nobody knows where the worm is, you might as well just resign to the fact that chances are the worm's coming after you, which is fine if you have a carrier thopter, but even the carrier thopter is going to make a lot of fucking noise on top of the sand crawler, so now it's really coming after you. Or when the granddaddy worm shows up, yep. How feasible is it to use a sandcrawler solo? Considering all those points, I would say it's probably really tough. Unless you have, like, a system, like, down to a science. I'd say it's probably really, really tough. But that might just be me, too. Thruster, okay, we still gotta wait for more aluminum. To use it efficiently, you need to be in a PvP zone. If someone sees you solo use a sandcrawler, they will destroy it. Yeah. Yeah, so you need, like, you need a party. You really need a party of people. Yeah, that makes total sense. It's all these little details I love about this fucking game, because, like, in the book and in the movies, and here's the reason why, Spectre. So in the book and even in the movies and the miniseries, they make the sand crawlers out to be one of these things where the worm, any of them, can hear a sand crawler for hundreds of miles in any direction. Right? So if you drop a sand crawler on the sand to collect spice, you're already public enemy number 1 for the worm. Like, before you do anything, you're already public enemy number 1. And then you turn the thing on. Now it knows where you are, but it may be hundreds of miles away. So that's why you have to have a team of people who are dropping thumpers to distract it, because those thumpers might be closer to it than the sand crawler is, and it's going to go after what's closest first, right? Then you have to have a carrier thopter to pick the thing up, because if shit goes really bad, the thing's just going to beeline it anyway. Whether it's gone through the other thumpers or not, it may just beeline it right to you. So now you need a carrier thopter to pick the sand crawler up off the sand, which in itself is a lot of noise and a lot of vibrations, because now you have a thing with 8 wings flapping constantly against the sand floor on top of the noise that the sand crawler is making. And if it's really only, like, efficient to use it in PvP, you also have to have another team of people who are going to be able to defend the sand crawler, which is insane. Even if you can't avoid the worms, you have the granddaddy worm too. Yeah. Yeah, so I could see why it needs a team, for sure. But I love that about this game, is just all the stuff that they've added into it. I absolutely love that. And, like, all the little details and whatnot. Because it would make sense. A sand crawler is going to be literally the loudest fucking thing on the sand. That is awesome. I really do like that. How many Solaris for you to come to my server and help me farm? Oh, God. No. As much as I really, really hate to say it, because I've actually really, really, really been enjoying, like, the independent life, I think I'm probably at some point going to have to join Atreides. And I think I'm getting closer to that point. Help you for 300k per hour plus 25% of the spice yield. I mean, let me put it this way. I've heard a lot of people say that mining spice is insanely profitable. If it's as profitable as everyone says, that's actually a pretty decent price. I mean, and I know you haven't read the book or anything yet, Spectre. I know you saw Dune Part 1, right? They kind of brush on it in Dune Part 1 that the Harkonnen, they literally have such a massive army and could take the hit of losing Arrakis for a short period of time and get the help from the Emperor and his Sardaukar troops to eliminate another house entirely purely off the money that they made in, like, pure profit just from mining spice. They even had so much money that their going rate was 1 million Solaris for a crysknife. Right? And they could afford to do that because they would make up for the Solaris that they spent in getting a crysknife in maybe an hour or so worth of work in mining spice. And yeah, Alpa, you're absolutely right. Literally nothing in this universe is more valuable than spice. I've just never seen 300k before. It's okay, neither have I. But, you can easily get there. It'll take a little bit of time, but you can get there. Speaking of time, I'm just sitting here waiting for the fucking aluminum so I can at least put the thruster in, storage, and then I can call it done for the Thopter for now. I got a total of 500k at the moment, but I also play solo. No, that's fair. That's totally fair. But yeah, I think for me, it's coming sooner rather than later. I don't want to join Harkonnen. I really don't. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to join Atreides at some point. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. Atreides is just a safe choice. Well, it's not even necessarily that it's the safe choice. I personally, like, the way that they're set up in the game, I don't necessarily, I think it's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors kind of deal, where, the Atreides might have something that is like the Achilles heel for the Harkonnen, who have something that would be an Achilles heel for the Atreides, who would have something that would be the Achilles heel for Independence, and so on and so forth. And that's fine. Aesthetically, I'm not all that excited about Harkonnen stuff. Like, some of the stuff I'm like, oh, okay, that's actually that's a cool take, right? But this isn't from the movie either. So the Harkonnens in this game are different from the ones you see in the movie. Harkonnen Thopters are really cool. Those are one of the things that I look at and I'm like, wow, okay, you know what? I can see it. I can see what they're doing here, and it actually looks really good. If you want the exclusive building set from Harkonnen, you can buy it from a vendor even if you side with Atreides. Yeah. I just like the aesthetic of the Atreides stuff, generally speaking, more overall than I like the Harkonnen stuff. Like, the buildings look cool. The Harkonnen buildings look really cool. And the Thopters look really good. But I just don't like how everybody looks as a Harkonnen. It's a very, like... It almost reminds me a lot of, for those who are old enough to remember, mid to late 90s when Marilyn Manson was fucking huge, and how everybody tried to copy Marilyn Manson and Nine Inch Nails with all the fucking makeup and everything else, and wearing weird shit all the time, and, like, trying to make, you know, like, they'd get, like, these baggy-ass Jinko jeans, but at the same time, they'd have, like, all this shit hanging off their jeans. That's the kind of vibe that I get from the Harkonnen in this game. Yeah, okay, Pinhead, I could see that. Yep. I could definitely see them taking pointers from that, too. 100%. I can totally see that. Like, when I first started playing this game, one of the big things that I really wanted to see was how the Harkonnen came out. And the reason why is because they did such a fantastic job with them in the movie, but I know that this isn't the movie. So if it was the same Harkonnens or the same style as we get in the movies, it might be a different story, but it's not. Is PvP a free-for-all or just against people from the opposite house? Yeah, it's a free-for-all as far as I know. Deep Desert, every guild fights for their own. Allegiance does not matter at all. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, unless you're doing something like an RP server or something like that, you're coming from an RP server, you know, and other people want to join in on the RP, so it becomes more, say, like Atreides versus Harkonnen or something like that. Unless it's something to that extent, I don't think there's like it's not like a team deathmatch kind of thing. Even in RP, each guild is a house, plans within plans. That's true. That's very true. Yeah, I can already tell there's probably a lot of political RP. There's probably a lot. Okay, I already have the storage, so I'm not worried about that. Just waiting on 5 more aluminum ingots. That's it. That's all I'm waiting on. Yesterday I watched part 2. It was a good watch. Yeah. It's really well done, isn't it? The one thing I really like about the last 2 movies is Paul is not a superhero. The end left you a bit confused, though. What do you mean? What left you confused? Okay, so the best way to describe it, because I know you haven't read any of the books, is the story of what we get in the book Dune, the first book, as well as Dune Messiah and Children of Dune, is that Paul is an analogy for people who, oh, what's the word I'm looking for here? Very charismatic, right? So you have a person who is incredibly charismatic that becomes essentially a dictator. So Paul is not necessarily good nor bad because of everything else that happens to him, and everything that he has to overcome, yada, yada, yada. So from his side of things, if anybody's looking at it objectively, then yes, compared to the Emperor, and compared to the Sardaukar, and compared to the Harkonnen, sure, he's a good guy. But then he decides that he's going to launch a jihad along with the Fremen against other worlds. And now he's not so good of a guy anymore. The issue is that Paul also can see that he's not really all that... He doesn't really have as much control of the situation as a lot of people think he does. So, for instance, in these 2 movies, you see all these images and he talks about how there's a storm coming and like all this other stuff. He's referring to the fact that he can see that one way or another, the Fremen are going to rise up at some point. The only way he and his mother end up living through it is through a very, very small possibility in the future that he's able to navigate to make happen, where he becomes the Kwisatz Haderach and he becomes basically the face of the Fremen who are going to launch this jihad. So he knows that it's coming, but he's also doing what he's doing for selfish reasons, such as keeping himself and his mother alive and carrying on the Atreides name, as he is for his new family, the Fremen. Gesundheit. Thank you, Itzy. Bila Kaifa. True. But yeah, there really is no, like, objectively good guy or bad guy in Dune. There really, really isn't. Like, for instance, if you go back into Dune lore, right? The reason why the Harkonnens hate the Atreides as much as they do, and they try to kill them, is literally because of, you had what was known as the Butlerian Jihad. And during that entire thing, there was a battle where, the Harkonnen and the Atreides were fighting side by side. Right? And the Harkonnen came under really, really heavy fire and were losing God knows how many people and decided to fall back. And the Atreides flat out called them cowards because they fell back. And that's what literally started the whole fucking feud that lasted for thousands of years, is literally because the Atreides called the Harkonnens cowards. So there's not like really one good side or bad side really at all, right? Everybody at some point has been betrayed or been turned on, or has had to betray or has had to turn on allies. Everybody's paranoid. Everybody's watching and waiting for everybody else to do something, to see exactly where they stand and what they have to do in order to keep their power and make sure that they're one of the houses, or they're one of the great powers or whatever that keeps everything else in check. And it's like this very fine line that everybody has to walk throughout the entire story. And it's 15,000 years of that. So there is a lot to Dune. And I'm actually really, really hoping, especially for Dune Part 3, that they show a lot of this stuff for the Jihad. I'm really, really hoping that they do, because it'll show you that if Denis Villeneuve does it the same way that he did Dune Part 1 and 2, it'll show you that Paul's just kind of going along with a lot of stuff because he knows he has to. That's the only way he and his mother are able to stay alive, and the only way he can have children, and so on and so forth, and keep the Atreides line going, knowing full well that he's going to kill billions. But it's the only way that he can actually survive. And his house. And a lot of the time, he just doesn't really have much of a choice. There's definitely a lot to it. But that's also kind of why I'm excited, but I'm also kind of disappointed that Dune Part 3 is going to be the last one. Well, if he goes by the book, and depending on exactly how, high altitude increased fuel consumption. Okay, fair enough. That's cool, I like that. Nice. Yeah, I'm digging the Thopter. Okay, I'm gonna have to kill those guys. Shooting at my fucking Thopter. What are you, high? You is back with your food. Well, welcome back. Well, I know at least one person who just became a volunteer for a body. Do not hold E while it... No. I don't... I learned that from my, my Grand Theft Auto days. Don't do that. That's bad. Don't do that. There we go. How we looking here? Oh, yeah. We'll be good. Also, hang on. Let's go here, I think? Yes. Standard filters. Finally, I can make more. Before they fixed it, if you accidentally held E, you fell out and the Thopter kept going. There was actually really funny thing. There was somebody in the Discord for this RP server, and they said that they were taking their Thopter out for test flight and all that good stuff. And they accidentally held E, and what ended up happening is they started falling while the Thopter kept going. But they were low enough to the ground where eventually the Thopter was just gonna, like, drop and land. And the only thing that they could do was watch in sheer horror as the Thopter made a landing and then was eaten by the worm. Yeah. So they watched their Thopter glide for a bit, make a landing, and then watched as the worm just came right up from under it and ate the fucking thing. And it's like, oof. That's gotta suck so bad. And then they ended up getting eaten by the worm as well because they're out in open sand. They got nowhere else to go. The fucking worm isn't all that far away because it's a big boy. And now they have to try and make it to the nearest rock island, which, oof. Please tell me there's a clip of that. I wish there was. The only clip I've seen so far of Dune Awakening is from Fei Lin, and I had to laugh. This was back when Faye was just starting out and she didn't know the ins and outs of everything yet. And we all go through that in this game. And she was trying to set up a base and she was trying to do so on open sand. And she's setting up her base and everything is going really, really well, and then the worm just came and ate all of it, including her. Which I think is fucking hilarious. Ooh, you know what I just thought of? Hang on. I just thought of this. Is there a way... Granted, it would be a shit ton of money, but let's just say for a second, right, that you and somebody else in your server wanted to make something for the betterment of the server itself, right? Let's say, just for laughs, that you decided this stretch right here is too dangerous, right? Is there a way where you could have, like, say, yourself on this side, and you keep buying the expansions and you buy out until the line for Eastern, and then the person on the other side keeps buying expansions and buys out to the line from Eastern and then Western, right? And you buy to the line and then you both just build a bridge? And they don't have to be the same thing, they just have to connect. Right? They just have to physically be able to touch each other. Would it allow you to do that? Hang on, let me turn down the music again so I can watch this short. Believe the worm would eat it. Really? No shit. That's interesting. Okay. Here, bring this up.
It shows up. You guys go to, like, you know, kind of like clap. Whoever, like, you know, comes in, shows up. We're that group of 7 that you just saw over there. So. Oh, all right, cool. I mean, we're gonna defend you guys if something happens. But well, you know, they got me.
Oh God. Well,
go to, like, you know, kind of like clap. Whoever, like, you know, comes in, shows up. We're that group of 7 that you just saw over there. So. Oh, all right, cool. I mean, we're gonna defend you guys if something happens. But well, you know, they got me.
holy shit. Wow, they went right after him, too, just after they were done saying, oh, yeah, no, we'll totally defend you guys. Oh, man. Hang on. I want to see Dune Awakening funny moments. There's got to be something, right? Okay, this is 10 minutes long. Let's see what happens.
I need to repair one of my wings anyway. I've been taking damage.
Worm to the south.
Whip is charging it with the crawler.
There's the worm.
Go get him, Rick. Go get him.
He's just gonna squirt a water bottle.
I mean, technically something like that would actually work. Yeah.
I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total
Here it comes.
separation. I will,
But it's going past you.
let the fear pass over me and go through me.
Look at this! Look at this last man standing, baby! Fuck you all!
I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Nice.
My name is Dom, and this is your daily dose of Dune highlights.
Okay. We need to see this. Yep, that's go. But he can't go, he's stuck. Oh no. Uh-oh. Betty! Betty, no! Betty, get in! Go, 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 go! Oh, that sucks! Oh, that sucks! So bad.
Love this idea from Coops. He set up a freebie chest for any passers-by with some essentials.
Oh, actually, that is really cool. Wait, was that me? Hang on. No, it wasn't. Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Jesus, Vangelis in the background. If he had done Vangelis like Chariots of Fire, that would have been amazing.
So this is sad to see, but important to highlight. This is a PvE zone. The Zerg of Ornithopters are attempting to push the carrier down to the sand so the worm eats it. Any way you cut it, this is griefing.
Yeah, they are.
Oh yeah, that's definitely griefing.
That is still nasty.
Crash into white ones.
Does anyone have thumpers? I'm gonna help. Whoa.
Why do you need thumpers? Get out, put your tail on the bottom.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to help him.
But are we trying to ruin the carrier or help the carrier?
No!
Help the carrier.
That is the grossest thing I've seen today.
I'm drawing the fucking worm away from them right now.
So they're trying to take it down to get it hit by the worm, is what they're doing? Yeah.
That's so stupid.
Come on, Wormy. Yeah, that's griefing.
Gotcha.
I would clip that and just say
Not today.
Not today.
Oh my god. I almost fucking killed the carrier. That was me.
Can we lift the carrier back up? Is that like a thing or no?
Shout out to this guy for actually attempting to help.
That killed some scouts, dude. I hope that killed some scouts.
It didn't.
I was trying to push it towards land. Yeah, I'm trying to draw him away.
This pass.
If you get farther again, you can push another iron and expand.
He finally found the thruster. Let's go.
Funcom need to address this immediately.
Absolutely. That's so gross that people do that shit. That's so cool. I love that. Oh, that's heartbreaking.
Lay off the spice.
That's so heartbreaking. That happened to your girl? What the fuck? Why is there a giraffe? Long necks like Spice too. They like it so much they can walk at an angle. Oh Jesus, that would scare the shit out of me.
Point of view, hackers repeatedly broke into your base, killed you, and stole weeks' worth of your resources.
What the fuck?
And it's time for House of the Day. After a week of solo on and off building, it's finished.
Oh
Arguably
no.
the best racing circuit I've seen in Dune Awakening so far.
What?
I've included the location details as a little subtitle below if you want to visit.
That's so cool.
After a tight climb to the top, the track really starts to open up. Some nice chicanes going on here. Not entirely convinced by OP's racing line though.
That's awesome. What the fuck?
Obligatory rally section to test the drivers. That's P1, baby. Great lap.
Wow. That was cool. Oh! Move, move, move. Oh, shit.
Damn it.
This happens way too often.
Oh no! Oh no!
But apparently not all is lost. Waters of Leth on Reddit claims that your lost Thopter can reappear after the daily maintenance.
Oh shit! Oh, that sucks.
Point of view, you literally just spawned into Hagar.
Yeah, see, I really like the Harkonnen Thopters. Those do look really nice. Oh. MJ, is that you, right?
No worm sign, free to build.
This is, okay, this is basically what happened to Faye. Yeah, never build on open sand.
Show in build mode. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you're new, and we'll see you tomorrow for another video.
Oh my god. Holy shit. What's number 1? Oh, oh God, Ko is in number 1. Uh-oh.
Look at that. We have the perfect defense. We have a grand
Oh no, Lyric. Why?
prime real estate shot of the moon. Who wouldn't want to live here?
Lyric, no. No, Lyric, no. Don't do it.
Stone. Oh, dude, it's cheap. Damn, it's cheap as I have enough. What up? Ah!
Whoa,
that's a lot of desert.
Look at that next place, though. Wait, there's a shield.
Well, that might be the end of the beta, maybe? Well.
I sure hope I can go through this!
Uh-oh.
Quicksand! Quicksand! No! Wait!
Fighting over the scraps of Imperial technology left in the wake of this so-called noble war. But that's to your advantage, off-worlder. Allow them to do the hard work.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. That was really cool.
The sun is going down. Perfect.
Oh God, she's fucked.
Hey, yo, what the fuck? Buddy.
That's pretty tragic.
So like this is another person like right here. I would just be like, dink, 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 and he would probably just be dead. Oh crap! Yo! Open up! It's a sandstorm. Oh, okay. Hey, what's up?
Realizing?
Brother! Dude!
He just fucked him so hard.
I'm gonna die in here. He logged out!
Fuck around and find out.
Oh my God, it's staring at that dude.
Oh no.
What is going on? Is he the chosen?
Ko, don't do it.
My dude. You just stared down a sandworm. What was that? What was that? How did you do that? How did you do that? No, don't drive away. You damn Chad.
You damn Chad.
Damn it, he's too cool. Oh, he's too cool.
Please let me out, man! I got a family!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Unbeknownst to Jared, this would be the last time he would see the outside world. You see, Worm Lover had, over a period of time, tricked Jared into entering his wormhole forever.
Oh my god. Okay, holy shit, this area is covered in this.
Oh no, Forsen. If it's Forsen, you know it's gonna go bad.
Shit.
Oh no.
Okay, follow me.
Don't follow him.
Me.
Don't follow Forsen.
Don't follow me!
This guy might be a little fucked.
We're all the same fucking AI.
Oh no, Bike Man 2?
No.
Oh shit.
Can I stand still? If I stand still, will I be okay?
Oh, Bike Man, no.
Okay, it seems to have gone away. Uh-oh.
Eso de que... sí.
See? Yeah, I think this is the new region that, Hey, guys.
That one's coming towards us!
Oh no.
No, he's permanent! No! God, no! Why? He didn't dodge!
Guys.
Oh no.
I think I'm next.
Dude! Oh my god! Their bikes were too slow! Their bikes were too slow to cross the sand!
Can you raid a player's base? Not here. In the deep desert, what happens is... Okay, so here you get a shield around your base as long as it's powered. Oh, there it is. Oh, what? Are you trying to voice me in there and then lock me into that? That's sick. You're disgusting. You're a monster. You know that?
Let's go!
Going!
I'm going!
Sandworm versus Ella. It's happening.
I'm getting donut walls! Look at this!
Dude, he's like literally turned around.
Come on, eat me!
Damn! You ain't even worth getting eaten by the worm.
I actually just got donut wall by it.
Now we know what this looks like. I had no idea.
You could just go stand in the middle of it and see what happens when the spice explosion goes off.
Kronos, it's drum sand. I know what it
just
does.
walk carefully.
Oh.
Okay.
All right. Now we know what it does.
Yeah, but I still want to see somebody...
Wow, that really explodes, doesn't it?
I still want to see somebody stand in the middle of that when the spice blow happens and see what takes place. Sophia, welcome back.
Yes.
Oh, pretty.
They found me. Oh my god, what?
Yep. Fucking Sardaukar.
What? I can't do anything. He's trapping me for the worm.
Oh no.
These bastards are cheating. What the heck was that? Yeah, that's right. What?
Now, thankfully,
Oh,
we
Cone.
are now doing this.
No. Co, why? For those of you who don't know, Co Carnage is literally one of the nicest guys on Twitch. No bullshit. He just is. He's been around forever. He's one of the OGs. He really, like, all the success he has, he 1,000,000% deserves. Yeah, it's Co Carnage. That's it.
Yes. With our special booties. We have special booties now that make it so the worm doesn't hear us as much. So. Didn't work! Didn't work! Boots suck!
Shit, that's my bad. I'm just following.
Oh, dude, what are you doing? Bro, are you serious?
I'll go this way.
Oh my god, dude! You unbelievable.
Nice.
Unbelievable.
Charlie.
Dude, no shot. We're gonna die, right?
I hope not.
What is that sound? What is he, like, just beating the crap out of his table?
Dude, the worm is right there. Dude, the worm is right there. No way! No!
I'm dead!
Who was that?
I think it's because you're standing still. So after it goes
it
up,
could be.
you gotta. Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!
Yeah, he's dead.
Oh God! He moved. You were supposed to walk without rhythm, you fool.
I couldn't stop the funk.
Oh no, Fist. Okay. Fist is actually... I think Fist might actually be in the same server that I am.
Oh! Oh boy, that was close. You almost got wormed.
Oh no, Lyric
what this
again.
is?
And sand.
Yes, it is.
Quicksand.
Oh! Wait! It's quicksand! Are you fucking kidding me? No! What the fuck? Are you kidding me, dude? My baby. My baby.
Okay, it's not that bad.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Don't. Oh god.
Oh my god, the save. Holy shit, the save.
Thanks so much for watching, guys. Don't forget to hit subscribe if you're new, and we'll see you tomorrow for another video.
Jesus, that's so funny. Poor Ko. Ko got so screwed. I feel bad for him. Ko got so unbelievably screwed by that guy. That sucks. Okay, how am I looking? Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I'll make him. Fuck it, I need him. That sucks so bad. Poor Ko. Okay. Let me see. I got 17 hours left on that one. I got 18 left on that one. Oh, no. It absolutely is. It's just... You gotta feel bad for the guy. That's what sucks. Feel bad for me. I finally saw the chest bursting scene from Alien, and I really wanted to spend the rest of my life having never watched that. Oh, wait. Did you see it tonight? Really? Oh, boy. Yeah, what a scene. What a scene. So the funny thing about that scene, Sophia, is they do have the documentary on YouTube. Really, really interesting if you're a giga nerd like I am. But Ridley never... Ridley told John Hurt what was going to happen in that chest-bursting scene, right? But he told John Hurt not to tell anybody what was going to happen. So when the xenomorph does the chest bursting out of John Hurt, everybody standing around watching what's happening has no idea that that's actually what was supposed to happen. So when they zoom in on Linda Cartwright and she screams, that's an honest-to-God scream. That's not acting. Which I was like, holy shit. That's just mean. I mean, it worked. It worked really well. Yes, the cast needed intense therapy afterwards, but it worked. I mean, they got the shot. That's for sure. Right? Nice. They did. They did get the shot. Okay, put these filters somewhere. Put them in here. Yeah, in here works. Put the monies in over here. Nice. And now I have a new thing that I have to do every time I go take out the Thopter. Otherwise, people are going to shoot at it because they're assholes. Which is go kill the people on the rock, then take out the Thopter. I know the Thopters can take a beating, but I don't like people shooting at it. Okay. Good. How much am I at? I'm at 140 out of 142,000. That's not bad. Good. Which means, currently, I can shut off the death still anyway. Which is really nice. That way I'm not just chugging power. And then I can turn this off. Nice. And then I can turn this off. Nice. Wait, so... Sophia, have you ever seen Aliens? Oh, this is cool. Okay, really digging the Thopter. I like this. BRB sounds good. Nice. So you can make it up here, which is really cool. I do like that. I mean, to be fair, there's not a whole hell of a lot up here. But it's cool that you can. Okay, there's the worm. Oh, you go there for a main story mission. No shit. Nice. Okay, yeah, I love the Thopter. The Thopter is badass. But now I can definitely see why you want to glide. I can definitely see. That makes a lot of sense now, because you don't want it to overheat. That's cool. That's really, really cool. Okay, so, wait a minute. So, go into the map. I haven't done anything over here. Or over here. But now I can, which is awesome. So I think that might be my next step, is to unlock these areas. Glide burns no fuel and keeps wings from taking damage. That's also true, yeah. Good point. I think that's the next thing I'm probably going to want to do is, start kind of hopping my way around. And using my survey stuff. Which is where? Are you in here? No. Are you in here? No. Awesome. Nope. How about in here? Also no. Here? No. What the shit? Oh, okay. Where the hell did I put it? It's in a random stupid box. I know it is. This one, maybe? No. Where the hell did I put it? I don't have any boxes downstairs. Welcome back. Have you traveled to the world map? No, I have not yet. I have not traveled to the world map yet. Where in the hell? Check the fabricator? Where the hell did I put the damn thing? There it is. I knew I had it. I do have to make... Oh. I'll make 2. Screw it. Nice. Oh, wait. Why am I going for those vehicles? I don't need those vehicles right now. I'm pretty much smack dab in the middle, right? So it shouldn't really matter what end I go to so long as I go to an end, correct? In order to get to the world map? Okay, cool. Let me just make sure... Okay. Thought so. We're up to 74%. I think I might want to make one more medium fuel cell just to feel safe until I know how much it's going to cost me. I think that might be the safe thing to do. I need 45 fuel cells. Okay, that I can do. Just sold 400 raw spice for 120,000. Nice, dude. Hell yeah. That's not bad at all. There we go. Money head start since I do not have the tools to do anything with raw spice yet. Oh, that's fair. Okay, I want one more medium cell. Good. And then the rest I'll just dump in here for now. That'll be fine. Oh, shut this off. Nice. Okay. Fuel up. Nice. Okay, go up a little more. Nice. God, this takes no fucking time at all. I love this. So, what, should I just go towards the rock wall? Is that all I need to do? Oh, okay. Jesus. They don't give you a whole lot of time, do they? Representation North Hemisphere. Okay, great. Movement on the overland map costs fuel. Time on the overland map costs water. Overland map is the way in which players move between areas on Arrakis. Usually it is a representation of the entire northern hemisphere of Arrakis. It is a multiplayer map where players can see each other moving around. Movement on the overland... Yeah, okay. Oh, this is cool as shit. So how the... Where am I going here? Where the hell is Arakeen and everything? That's deep desert. Don't want to go there. Arakeen is to the east. Aha. Okay. Ooh, wait. Where is me? Is that me? I think that's me. That's cool as shit. Anytime. Sweet Jesus. There we go. Nice. And my leap suspensor belt is about to break. Sure. Oh, that's so much nicer too. I don't have to pay the $2,500 anymore. That's amazing. I don't think I actually have any money on me. No, I don't. Which is fine. I still have 5 days, so I'm not worried about it. We're just looking? They're not even... This guy might be looking. This guy's bored. She's really bored. He doesn't know what's going on. And she doesn't realize that umbrellas don't work very well in the shade. Okay. Wait, what is this? I don't remember this area. Oh, this is the bar. Never mind.
Oi, what's your poison?
I don't know. What do you have? You have pants. Nice. I've never bought pants from a bar before, but that's kind of interesting. Oh, there we go. Nice. He does actually play the balisette. I'm sorry, man, but Patrick Stewart was better.
Who are you?
Oh, shit. We're going to continue my Mentat training.
But promise? Very promising. Your deduction that I can offer this training is accurate. I compute your mind is ready for the rigors of my craft.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. Is that who I think it is? Oh my god, it is. It's Jeffrey fucking Combs. Holy shit. That's awesome.
Hasty! Too hasty. You must analyze yourself. You must see yourself as you would any stream of data. Solve the computation that is you. Focus. A time comes when the Proto-Mentat must learn what is being done. It may no longer be done to them. That time is now. The Mentat has to share in the choice of whether to continue or abandon the training. Only the potential Mentat can know. Take a moment.
That's so cool. That's Jeffrey Combs. Hell yes. For those who don't know, Jeffrey Combs did quite a few B movies in the 80s. But he's also most well known for doing various characters throughout Star Trek Deep Space Nine, Star Trek Voyager, and Star Trek Enterprise. His two most well-known characters are Weyoun from Deep Space Nine and Shran from Star Trek Enterprise. That is huge. How the hell did they get Jeffrey Combs? That is so awesome. That is so fucking cool. Oh, and he also played Agamus, the renegade AI system in Star Trek Lower Decks. So those would be his three biggest roles in Star Trek, but he also played Liquidator Brunt, who was a Ferengi, who then became acting Grand Nagus Brunt. I'm trying to think. He's played a lot of different characters in Star Trek. But that is so fucking cool. Oh my god. Okay, so question. Is this just story filler where it's saying either you continue or you don't? Like, you can max out every skill, correct? Okay, cool. Then I am ready.
I require assistance. I was cast out by those whom I served. I was cast out by everyone.
Care to elaborate?
No. The past is irrelevant. The present is the thing. Pathways to the future are the thing. I bide my time in these streets and back alleys. The criminal underworld is a series of equations, like anything else. Applying my superior mentat skills serves me well in this place. My syndicate grows, however. A rival, the Mobula gang, is causing problems. It's contaminating my equations.
Off to bed again, Sophia. Have yourself a great night. And holy crap. I completely forgot what time it was. My god.
Find members of the Mobula gang. Extract useful data. Cause them calamity in the proper proportions. A mentat learns that every human is a series of relationships. Find out their connections.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Remember, information is as important as injury.
Also, Sophia, thank you for the 400 bits.
Equation. You can solve them.
Thank you so much for the 400 bits. Very, very kind. Very generous of you. I can log out here, correct? I know that sounds like a really stupid question, but I can log out in Arakeen and I'll be fine. Right? Or would it just be better to travel back to the server? Hello, pilot. I don't need any more. Okay. Back over this way. And then back to here. Haga Basin, yes. Myth, how you doing? We're just heading back to the basin. We got a Thopter finally. So I'm gonna head back to the server and then fly home, and then we're gonna call it good there. Yes, travel to Haga. You're good there, oh boy. How far along are you in Dune Myth? Oh shit. What in the fuck? I was not prepared for that. Nice. How's it going with that? Got access to all the bases, hell yes. So in the next area, jump-started all the quests and kind of speed ran you through some journeys. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Where are you now? Had him take me back to the starting area so I could finish up what I need to do there. Nothing wrong with that. Don't clip it. Ooh, that was close. Jeebus. That's a storm. We got a storm. We got a storm. Oh yeah, we're fine. Nice. You can roll with A and D faster, yeah. As I am co-owner now for one of my brother's bases, I now need to move all my shit from my tiny starting base to the one I am co-owner of and go from there. Nice. Okay, yeah. So, literally everyone who said the Thopter is a game changer was not lying. Not even remotely close to lying. The Thopter is amazing. I love the Thopter. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. It definitely takes a minute to get everything you need, but once you do, yeah. What am I gonna name it? I don't even know. I have no clue. I just think it's amazing that here I am. I started over here. There was a storm coming in, and I literally just hopped it right back home before the storm even made it remotely close. I fucking love that. Alright, let's see this big, beautiful wall. I love watching the sandstorms. The bestie has a Mark V bike. Ugh. And boy, is that thing speedy and turns corners so tight. Oh yeah, I can't wait to get a Mark V bike. That's going to be a lot of fun. Even the Mark III is insane compared to the Mark I. So yeah, I can't wait to get the Mark V stuff, which is going to be awesome. Okay. So that storm's good. It's passed. Let me do one more check on everything really, really quick. We're good here. We got 1 day and 2 hours. We only got 13 hours? What? Why do we only have 13? Hello? That's kind of weird, but okay. I got 17 days there. 17, 18, 17, 17. Fair enough. I got baby's first dune bike now. Hey, honestly, the sand bikes are so much fun. They really, really are. Okay, I'm up to 142,000. We're good there. Is everything off? That is off. This is off. This is off. That's off. This is off. That's good. Off, 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 and off. Nice. And that is off as well. Sweet. Yeeting myself off something high is a wonderful thrill I did not know I needed. Why am I turning stuff off? To conserve power. That's all. Just to conserve stuff. Plus, excuse me. If there's no need to, like, use all of the power, why bother? You know what I mean? I don't need to have everything running 24/7, so that's why I just do that. Fuel 83, decay is safe, everything's looking good. Okay, empty module slot, that's the scanning one. Good. Max is what? 500. Okay, that's not bad. 500, that's not bad at all. Especially considering all the trips you can make back and forth. 500 is really good. Yeah, but I mean, still. What's the point of leaving everything running? Right? It's the same point as turning everything off. There really is none. So, one way or the other. There we go. I had to throw the obligatory accidental grenade at my base. Now I'm happy. Okay. We're going to call it there for tonight, though. So I do want to thank everybody for watching and for hanging out. Really, really appreciate you. We also had Itzy coming in with bits saying Itzy has arrived. Thank you so much, Itzy, and it's good to see you, and I'm glad that you're safe. Also, before we leave, Myth, how you doing? Because I know it's been rough over the past weekend. Not anywhere near any of the flooding. Good. Glad to hear it. And Itzy coming in with more bits. Itzy has departed. Thank you so much, Itzy. I really appreciate that. We also had Sophia coming in with 400 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate that. Very kind and very generous of both of you. We had Itzy, we had Myth, we had Alpa, we had Sophia, we had Morphine. Corgi was here for a little bit. We had True, we had Spectre, we had Aelin. We had a lot of awesome people tonight. We really, really did. So thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody, for hanging out and for watching. I really, really appreciate it. Yeah, that's going to be it for me. I will be back later on today. But until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another, stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing you all later on. I'm out for now. Have yourselves a good one. Take care, guys. Bye now.